Hello, and welcome back to some programming. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Hey, you kid, how's it going? Alrighty, give me a moment. I'm still setting up a couple of things, and I'm just double checking a list that I've been plotting away on recently. And I did a little bit of, I did a little bit of work over the last 2 days. Very minor stuff, again, mostly cleanup, tweaking. Did get splash art changes done, like I said I would, to Monarch and Gura, because those were the two that I truly felt I had not done justice, and I needed to go back and fix. Are you adding Numi to your game? Just curious. She is actually pretty high on the list, yes. I believe she's actually on my, like, immediate future, if I recall correctly. She is not, no, but she is definitely high on my list. Numi's fun. I enjoy watching her content from time to time. So, I think the reason why she's not on the list currently is because I just don't know quite what I want to do with her character. Because, like, how it goes, right? Oh god. The Spanish is expanding. Me too, but too many moans. That's fair. Again, I would put Numi in the category of VTuber, and not in a negative way. Again, not trying to say there's anything wrong with that. It's just I put her into that sort of category, which is, means I tend not to watch them that much, but Numi is a very interesting and fun individual. So, like, I get past it with that. Yeah, I was about to say, like, I do request as much as possible for the chat to stay in English just so I can actually moderate it. Don't want someone saying something that's going to get either me or them in trouble after all. But yeah, no, Numi is definitely, yeah, this is my bad. No, it's all good. I understand. But yeah, that is just a personal request. So with that being the case, let's show off what we've done. Also, I've given in and put back wallpaper engine onto my computer. This is not the wallpaper I want long term, but this was the best one I could find for what I wanted. So yeah, now we've got wallpaper engine back. So yeah. It's not too bad because it's mainly a RAM drop for me, which RAM is not an issue on my computer. I have 32 and I never max out, so. It's also GPU drain, but my GPU is fine. If it was a CPU drain, then it would be a different argument. But let's show off. So one of the things I've been prepping for, and I'm going to work on today specifically, is one of the reasons why I've not been comfortable releasing this update yet, with the new UI stuff. We'll go into that in a little bit. But we'll show off the new sprites for the character selection. You'll also see immediately something looks slightly different with the room. It looks a little bit dimmer. The reasoning is because, and I'm not sure I'm going to keep this with the main menu, but this is the case with a few menus, I have now added a shadowed overlay. So, for example, character select has it. Much better. Now here we go. As you can see, we've added in icons for the characters, which are basically rips from their splash arts. I also added with this one, it had the background. I found this to be probably the correct option, honestly. Just because I think it correctly cleans it up. But yeah, so here we go with the splash arts. I haven't solved this issue yet, and it's specifically these tooltips. When you hover over them, it speeds up the animation of the mirror. I'm gonna have to figure that out at some point, but I have not figured that one out. But yeah, now you actually get to see correctly which characters' assists you've got as well, is the big thing. And you can actually see how many characters just have fucking Iron Mouse because she is probably one of the most universally applicable assists at this point. Just health regen and a screen-wide nuke that gathers experience. Very, very useful on almost all characters. Especially with how many characters actually kind of are just tanky characters. Is the big thing. And then the rest of the time you'll probably see Booby is like, I think the second most common. Yeah, not a high number, but that's just because Crown of Hell's really solid, right? Getting more damage always sounds good. But yeah, like, I believe with my decision with Gura was that it's like, she doesn't want to get hit, she's extremely fragile, so she's all designed around being quite slippery and hard to hit. So I thought number 1 Hostess would be a nice safety net. And Legend of a Dragon is really, really potent combat steroid. Yeah, combat steroid. So therefore, that was my argument with that. Still haven't fixed this issue. I don't know how I'm going to fix it, honestly. I got a couple of ideas, but it's a low priority order. But yeah, also pause menu, upgrade menu, and crates menu have the same shadowing effect in here. And I've done some just general cleanup across the board. Oh, also end of screen has the thing. I don't think I want it with the main though. I think we're going to remove that from the main. But it's nice, simple. It's just this is what's doing it for me. Draw background. Know me a weapon idea. Weapon plum. You should. No, I think yeah. Every week for 50 seconds and bosses 25% for 3 seconds. I want to say, Kit, I really like that you actually immediately put in a thing of this works on all enemies but bosses and does a reduced effect on bosses instead. I actually give you a lot of credit with that. That's something a lot of people will overlook. Something I've even admitted to myself is there's a couple of abilities that shouldn't do what they should do to bosses, what they are currently doing to bosses, because bosses should, not that they should be immune, it's that they should have reduced effectiveness on most situations. So I would give you a lot of credit with that. Very good intuition on that. But yeah, no, Numi's, yeah, it's the difficulty of trying to find, so this is the weakness of doing the characters on such a large scale, right, with opening up to almost all VTubers. It is really hard to find something that is definingly unique for each individual VTuber, and that's not not trying to be like, oh, this person's unoriginal. It's just there is so many out there. We're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of VTubers, if not tens of thousands easily, right? It's really hard to kind of find something that makes them very specifically unique and make a mechanic around it as well. That's why we've already got a little bit of overlap with some of the characters, right? But I've tried to do my best to make them feel uniquely different. Who is now? Oh, you're friends with them or something? Oh, girlfriend, nice. Good luck with that. Big pog, as the kids say, right? Pog. But yeah, no, awesome. So, what I'm going to work on today, and I've done some prep for this. I'm too old, it's fair. Is this stuff here. So, a issue we have currently in the game, and I can show this. It's actually really awkward to show, but it's I can explain the issue and show it in the sense of I can show the game not reacting to something. So at the moment, okay, that was very interesting. At the moment, we have the thing of like, so this is the menu. I can go between these options, all that. If I click on the keys, like the navigation keys, so up and down and all that, and enter, none of this is reacting. 19 years older than a newborn baby. That's not old. That's wild to me because that means you were born post 2000s. Don't do this to my brain. All right. But yeah. So as like we can see that the menu isn't changing, right? I'm 25 and I feel old. Yeah. I mean, that's what it gets to nowadays, right? Millennial sort of bracketing. We all feel fucking old. So, is what it is. Anyway, so what we need to resolve is having keyboard control input. And when we're doing keyboard and control input, we'll also be able to introduce gamepad input. So the youngest here. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I just love how regardless of what group I'm in, I always end up being like a dad-like character in them. It's great. It's so good for my mental when I don't feel like being old. So with what we're going to be doing, we're actually going to be yoinking a lot from the old UI. Yo, Dad. Yeah. So, because this was a system I actually did kind of construct the baseline for, which is weird to explain. How would I explain this best? Let's pull up Paint, because we always like pulling up Paint, right? Ah, flashbang. Do you use a controller input library, or is it all self-made? Played with Game Maker and learned I can't program? That's fair. Game Maker is pretty good with visual code. If you're having a bit of a hard time, and there's a lot of tutorials out there, so that's a big thing. For input, how I actually have it, and this is, I feel, fairly consistent for what most people do to an extent, is I have this script here called get input, and this is basically a if check system for keys. So you'll see here we've got left hold, which is when it's checking if it's being the case. Pressed just means that it has just been pressed, and that's it. Doesn't check if it's still down on the next frame. It ignores it. It only checks from when it goes from 0 to 1, which is the big thing. And you'll see that it goes through all of these. I also have this system here, which I don't think is probably the correct way to do this, but which is a input reset. So it basically forcefully disallows all inputs for a portion of time. As you can see here, it goes through the entire list again and forces a false result. Meaning you this is mainly for like when you go between rooms, when you go between menus and stuff like that. Because if I left it as pressed, there is a chase scenario. This is actually really easy to explain. A chase scenario, this is something that a lot of code has as a problem, is that if I have an event here, say, we'll just call it an event, right? And I have a chase scenario, so I have a resulting effect that I want to occur here, which is that we're like new menu, which requires a button press, which will then cause a deviation. If this occurs before this check is finished, that means I'm immediately having this button press also applied to the new scenario. So it means that I can accidentally press through menus faster than I should be. So say if I was in the main menu, I press options, it will immediately press the first option in the options section, potentially even further, because it's just not finished this check here. This is like chasing code. You do not want this under most situations, because it just means that like it's inconsistently going to be wrong. Keeps it from being persistently yeah. It exactly is what I've got here. That's the concept of it. And then I've also got like some soft game input systems down here, which basically just also tell if the gamepad is in use, which means that it'll display buttons. If I've got buttons being displayed, this is my error check for which one should be shown. Should it be keyboard buttons, so press E as an example, or should it say press A? Which is never a bad way. But yeah, then we've got a keyboard check at the very end, which basically checks for any key pressed by the keyboard and forces it into a false. But like this is any button on the gamepad forces it to gamepad. This is the thumbsticks. That's what this is checking for. This is the left thumbstick, this is the right thumbstick, as you can tell with axis LH, axis RH. But yeah, that's the idea there. So, what was I gonna... I was going to explain what this does. So this is an incremental system. This is an incrementing system for movement. So what happens... and this is best shown actively, right, is that if I have, say, 5 options in a menu, right, if I hold down the down button, it will go to this one, wait, then go to this one, then wait a shorter amount of times and go down progressively faster and faster. So that's the idea of that system. So it also is a stopgap, so if you're holding it down, it will stop at the first one first. But like I said, it will be shorter periods of time up until the shortest period of time to progress to the next one when you're holding it down. And then the moment you stop holding it down, it's fine. That's the idea. That's what this part here is repeat speed, repeat delay, and then you can see this commented out code here. Mostly is dictating kind of that sort of aspect of keys being held and moved around and stuff like that. I need to introduce the complex version of this. So again, like this is something I wrote a while ago, and it got lifted out by the person that was originally doing the UI stuff here, which made it a lot better. But I'm going to be using the complex one, which is this one, grid selection. Now, the reason why we have to use grid selection and the weirdness of that is because we actually have a lot of weird grid stuff going on. So I'm going to have to make a lot of unique case scenarios for this as well. So if we just go through some of our menus, we'll see immediately what I mean by this. Options is a great example. If I press this, you'll see that we've kind of like a sub-menu inside this menu. So we need to have the ability to go out of this menu and go back into this one. But we also need to have the ability to be able to modify these. Also, I need to have a better system for this. Alright, so we need to be able to modify these with keyboard and gamepad input. That shouldn't be too bad, because that should just be adding that incremental system like we did, where it has a repeating process, progressively scales up. That's not too bad, but it's more the fact that we're going to have this hover over effect be mouse controlled and indicate when this goes, and then we need to also be able to flick back in menu. And then outside of that, I pressed the wrong button. I should press play there because I'm a dumbass. Then we also need to have grid selection for the character selection. Now, those two grid selections are going to probably be slightly uniquely different, so we might have to make some real weird case scenario. But these need to have it, and we're gonna have to have a system for showing the scrolling a little bit more clearly, as well as while you're using the keyboard and mouse input, it will effectively scroll down for you. Another thing I'm going to be adding in, and I will probably add like a button or something like that somewhere here for it, is, as we can see here, when I hover over these, also ignore the insert description here, this is very much me being lazy, and I added something, but I didn't add it finished. As we can see, when we hover over these, this is a cool system, great, got it. So one, we need to add a thing for actually checking when you're scrolling, because you can see here, if I scroll a little bit, the tooltip stays in position because it doesn't have to reset the check. But one issue we have is, like, for example, if I'm hovering over Juniper, we have a problematic thing that the tooltip goes over the character. But if we're using keyboard input, how are we going to determine whether or not we show the tooltip? Because not showing the tooltip would be bad, but also showing the tooltip would be bad. So we need a way of toggling that. So that is why we're going to be working on that today. So I need to think how I'm going to handle this. Because again, this is going to be case-by-case scenarios. I'm not 100% sure how I would handle it. Because, again, the reason why we're so fussed about this is because this is an accessibility argument. And accessibility is very important to always consider. When you can add accessibility without impacting your game drastically, you should add it, is the short answer, right? So that is why we've got, as our big priority, we've got keyboard control and gamepad control logic. That's what we're going to be aiming for today. I don't know if I'm going to get it finished today, but we should get it finished by the end of the week. Then once we're done with that, I'm feeling confident in releasing the update. Also, I should show off the new splash arts that I did up, or the updated splash arts for Monarch and Gura, because I'm actually pretty happy with them. They may look fairly minor under most situations, and I will not blame you for not being able to see the difference, but how's the easiest way to show this? Chat's still on the way. Is that enough positioning? No. So that's Gura there. There we go. So that's the difference between the two. I'm a huge lot more happier with the new version. You can see the overall not huge amounts have changed, but enough. That's the big thing. So the big key points that I can point at that have changed, obviously the head shape and face, is the big one for Gura. Also her arms and hands have been shrunk quite a bit to fit the better style. She's now been given shoes instead because whatever the fuck that was, it was a nightmare. I added some shading to the tail and to the bottom here, and I also did a little bit of cleanup on the thigh here if you look, because for some reason I let that go through, I don't know why. Those are the big changes, but yeah, the main one is obviously her head has shrunk is the big thing. Her head and arms have shrunk, and has made her look a lot better. And that was the big thing as well, is that for these two reworks that I wanted to do, it was primarily because their faces just didn't look right. So that was the Guru one. And because the icons are going to use their faces, like, I had to do something to focus on that. So this is Monarch's old one. And then here's Monarch's new one. Which overall, again, mostly a face change, and a massive improvement in my eyes. And then some tweaks around the place, and a lot of work with her here. But like, there was some minor tweaks I just did here and there to add stuff. Like, one of the issues I had was the way I've done some of the shading here. Like, you can see how there's these darker lines on like the arm here, around the chest, and on the arm up here as well. I just removed that in favor of just trying to do better shadow work. There's still tweaks I could do to this to make it better overall, but I think it was it would just start becoming like the spiraling effort of like trying to optimize more and more, and I don't think it was necessary. But I'm quite a lot more happy with the way this looks. I was just not happy with that face at all, right? And I don't think that's to be blamed. That face looks horrendous. So yeah, that's the two characters that got splash updates. I don't think I've added the splash to the game yet. I can't remember. I don't think I've added this new splash, but I've added the icons based on the new splash. So I'll need to remember to do that at some point. Actually, I'll do that right now. Will I remember? Guagura. Because this is the old one? Yeah, it's the old one. So this should be the new one. But, do digital, and yeah, faces can be really rough perspective. I mean, the short answer for me, and I will openly admit to this, is a personal fault, and also someone's gonna, again, come in and tell me I'm wrong, because, I've managed to do perfectly fine now. But I suck at art. I really suck at art, and I hate doing art. Now, the I suck at art part, there's an argument right there of, well, it's not that I suck, it's just very generic bullshittery, which, that's fair. But I really hate doing art. Because my love of art has long since been very, very much killed. Is there an easy way of flipping you? Not like that. there we go. It's like a passion becomes work thing. No, so I've actually talked about this, and there's some shorts on the channel that go into a good bit of detail on this. But the short answer is, back when I was in... I always loved doing art. I really loved doing art when I was younger. During high school, that love of art got tested in the wrong way. And needless to say, I basically... because I was so good at art and everything, they taught to inflate my ego for doing art in hopes that they would improve my skill, because my ego would drive me to do better. Instead, it just created a larger and larger gap between my skill and my belief in my own skill, and caused more and more anxiety until the point I just spun out and could no longer do art happily. The only reason I'm doing art now is because I need art done for the game, and I don't have money. That's it. That's the only reason I'm doing art now. If I could not do art, I would not be doing art. And I've said very clearly on the next game I want to do, which I do want to, I like, will be aimed for monetization. Even if I'm still working on this, that's fine. But the next game I plan on putting up for like a Kickstarter is just so I can hire artists, so I don't have to do the art again. I don't want to do it. I hate doing it. I'm just at a point now that I don't care about my own art enough to just be able to soldier through, but that's only going to last for so long, right? And I've been working on this project for the better part of almost 2 years now. So there's going to be a point in time where I'm going to hit a wall and I'm not wanting to do art again. And like, I have a good friend of mine that's offered to help with like some art stuff, but the thing is, what they've suggested, what they're willing to do is concept art, which is awesome. It's really helpful. They've even helped with some concepting for this game that I have used and was very, very valuable. The problem is, I don't need concepting for this game. I need finalized products. That's the problem. And also, I've said this before, but the other issue I have is that, like I said, I would only pay people to do stuff for me, but I don't have money. Now you might go, well, isn't that like counterintuitive? No, that's the rationale I have. If I'm asking you to do something, I'm going to pay you to do it, because then you actually value it the way I want, like I'd want you to value it. Alright? Hey, you pink devil. But yeah, that's the kind of idea with that. That makes sense. Dividing things up amongst multiple people is pretty helpful. Generally for the new game. Pretty new here, but we're extreme and I'm happy for it. Brokelith, yeah, that's basically right. The next game, so I've got 2 games I am working on in design phase. They're completely just like game design documents and stuff. One is a kind of card game-esque adventure thing, very much Slay the Spire-esque. Kind of inspired by Hearthstone Duels more though. Since that went away, I thought it was very sad to see something like that go, so I wanted to make something. And I made a card game as part of a group project at one point, and wanted to expand on that idea one day, so I'm taking all of my design stuff that I did in that, which I did pretty much 90% of the card design in that, and reapplying it in a different context, which has been fun. And then the other one is a kind of puzzle story game. If you've ever played like Long Live the Queen or Volcano Princess or any of those sorts of games, it's that sort of thing. Did Inscription help inspire you for some of the plans of the card game? I wouldn't say so, but I mean, that's also because I'm not looking at inspiration for that at the moment. At the stage in time, it's like, I can actually probably... Yeah, it's fine if I pull up the design document for it. So we're looking for the GDD. That's the GDD. Like, you'll see kind of how my brain works with this. Once this actually loads. So this is, as you can see, it's literally just named in a basic fashion. We've got like a bunch of stuff here, a bunch of ideas on the things, rework ideas, terms that I was working with. That's basically the main stuff in the GDD. There's other documents I have, but I wouldn't say that I wouldn't take some learnings from Inscription. In fact, I think there's a few things I could learn from Inscription, but I would definitely say that it would be when I actually sit down for a room. Yeah, exactly. Devil, right? Like, it's that kind of idea. That give it some time, and I'm sure that, like, there will be certain inspirations that are taken from it. I mean, I stand by, like, Ouroboros in Inscription has been, like, probably the biggest thing of me sitting there going, oh, that's actually kind of cool. Having a weird and wacky way to have an infinitely scaling card. So, I would probably consider something like that. I actually like its sacrifice mechanic with the blood. I think that's probably something I'd yoink for at least a class or two. I think that's a mechanic that definitely has room for exploration. But yeah, the other one which I can't show the design document for is because it's just riddled with spoilers. Is yeah, like Long Live the Queen is the big inspiration for it. It's just that sort of puzzle visual novel, I guess, is what you could call it. Where it's like decisions you make, classes and stuff like that, and you like level certain aspects up and you try and get all of your checks in place so you don't die or fail miserably. And you can go through the story there. And there's multiple endings and all that sort of stuff. I can spoil some of the endings though, because I won't spoil how you get to them, but I can spoil the endings themselves, and that's always fun. The nickname for the project at the moment is just called Kingdom Restart, right? Blah, 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 blah. That's the narrative aims. Route ideas. Here we go. So there is the main one. I'm not going to mention it all because it is just spoilers. I think I've talked about some of these before, but yeah, like there's the harem route where it's like you basically get everyone to love you. And it's not it's not a good ending, but it's an ending. There's the tyrant route, which is like you go full military and strategy and just crush everyone under your heel. So that's always a good one. Hey, yeah, how's it going? Saint route, which is one of my favorite sort of ideas, where it's basically you work super, super hard and make everyone love you so much that it's because, in short, there's a civil war that occurs in the game. The Saint route, the civil war still kind of occurs, but instead it's to put you on the throne. And that's the agreement, and they all put you on there, but the problem is that you basically get assassinated in the end. It's a really stupid idea. But again, there's a long list of things. There's all sorts of crises in it that you have to deal with. There's like foreign intervention, there's natural disasters, all these sorts of things, and how you handle them impacts the story. I think one of the coolest ideas that I have with it, so again, this game was an idea for a long time, but one of the big inspirations for it was an anime in particular. And I'm trying to remember the name of the anime, and I apologize, I cannot remember it right now. I don't think I've got it listed in my notes here. Yeah, no, I don't. That's actually very upsetting that I don't. I need to have it because it's something that's like very important to remind myself. Do I have it somewhere else? Burnout, resources, AI. No, okay, I don't have it anywhere very clear. That's upsetting. There was an anime that was like, how do I describe it in short? I've talked about this before though. Girl basically like is a princess, is imprisoned at the very beginning, goes on to her execution, gets beheaded, and then wakes up as a kid form. And it's just like, oh, maybe that was all a bad dream, but has her diary next to her that is the diary she had during her time imprisoned. And she has all of those memories and stuff. So she's basically like now in a situation where it's like, oh, well, how do I avoid that future? And the beauty of it is that outside of a few things, she's just running off of spite. Right? Like she becomes the nicest, best person ever out of spite of people and out of like just not wanting to have certain things occur. And she starts like treating specific individuals really, really nicely though, because they were nice to her in her worst moments. And she's like, no, this is important and this is valuable. Like this person deserves the best. So for what they did for me. And that's kind of that idea is what I basically yoinked for this. Except I wanted to make it a branching story point and make it a little bit more complex. Butterfly effect style. Kind of, yeah, right? Like one of the best parts of it is that going on to that, as I just mentioned, the book, it's a core mechanic in the game where as you do events, the writing in that book will change to kind of indicate what you have done. And that's the important thing, right? Is like trying to figure out like, oh god, well, what do I do to get to this sort of moment? And there's like two key things you need to be wary of. Well, no, one key thing you need to be wary of because it can result in two different things. If the book goes blank. Because if the book goes blank, that means one or two things has happened. Well, no. One thing has happened from two reasons, sorry. That means you have no longer writing in it, in that alternative timeline. Why are you no longer writing in it is a very scary thing. Does that mean that you never got imprisoned and you're fine? Or, the more likely case, and I'm gonna say more likely very, very specifically here, the more likely case is you never survived to the point where you wrote further. I love that idea. I love that so much. So there is going to be a true ending, right? And that's the ending I'm crafting the game around. But like, god damn, I'm really having fun with like just some of the side stuff. And the beauty of it is that it's the way the game's designed, I could just keep adding more things. I can add like events very softly and very easily, so there's a lot of replayability later down the line. Well, I mean, there's replayability initially, but like more reason to come back to the game eventually, because there's going to be like more endings. So I'm definitely playing around with that at the moment. I'm just playing around with how I want to do the game, because I even contemplated the other day turning it from being a visual novel menu sim to potentially something I do in like Unreal Engine and making it a 3D running space where it's like a third-person game to kind of create a very different atmosphere for it. Because then it means that like I would have to spend a lot of time dealing with NPC and all that sort of stuff logic, but it could make some of the decisions feel more impactful, because it's like if you say do something against the civilian population, you can actually see it and feel it, which is definitely a nightmare to code. I can say that right now. I'll say that very, very clearly. Okay. Right. Key hold, lift key hold, time held. Okay, but yeah, so that's one of the games I want to work on. I'm trying to, at the moment, I'm trying to toss up which one of those I would work on first. Because the card game is probably going to be... That's going to require a lot more resources on my part, but that's also going to require quite a lot of money for card art, because I'm going to have to hire, like, multiple artists. There's no way I'd be able to get all the card art done by, like, one or two artists. That's the weakness of that. Whereas the other one, depending on how I want to do it, it's either, if it's a visual novel style, I could probably get one artist and we just knuckle down and get a lot of stuff done. Maybe two artists, depends. Probably one UI artist, one core artist. And then but if I was to do it with the 3D form, then that becomes like a whole different argument, because I would need to get an artist that's capable of dealing with 3D space, which is a little bit harder. While I could probably get a lot of assets potentially for free and cheese out some stuff like that, or not even for free, but I could buy packs, pre-existing ones, those resources would become quite expensive. Like, I can tell you now, most asset packs that would get me close to being able to complete the game would be hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So it becomes an interesting situation there. Would it be similar to, say, P3P with its unique persona art for each card? Maybe. I mean, like, the card, if we're talking on the card game, we're talking on the card game. I don't know what the card game's visual style is going to be, because at the moment I can kind of envision what it was based on what we made, because there's a group project I worked on where some of the basis is. If we go to... Is it content? Can I see it in here? Workshop items? Yeah, Final Stand. This one. This was a game I worked on with a group of friends for a thing. God damn it. And all the art in this is not done by me. It's done by the amazing people I worked with. But most of the card design was me. Like, the how they functioned. In fact, I am very proud of this. The main review I got of this was that the Warlock class, because there's classes in this, the Warlock class was probably the most fun to play. Definitely not fully balanced, and I agreed with that. But that was the one that I took 100% control over. Of all of the classes, that was the one no one else had any, like, say in. I did all the work for it. Because it was the most, like, fucking silly-ass deck. I swear to God, this was really fun to make. But yeah, like, here you go. Here's an example of some of the beautiful card art that they did, and then kind of maybe something like this. This is a boss. But the mechanics of this game were rough. We definitely needed to do some things better. Like I said, learning exercise. A lot of learning exercise. But yeah, this game was cool. I like this. If anyone says not a game dev, I literally have a published workshop game. What do you mean? No, I mean, like, that's the point though, right? It doesn't matter what scale, as long as you do something, go ahead. You're a game dev, have fun. Do not let anyone else put you down. Okay, I don't care about the mirror. I don't care about the character info display. I don't care about the stats. I don't care about the character assist. Here we go, character list. So I need to think about how... Uh... duh, 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 duh. There we go. The most functional thing I made in Game Maker was a Flappy Bird clone with them as the bird, spaghetti code galore. I mean, that's how it starts. This game was horrendous back when I originally did it. There's some fragments of the old code in this, but we've worked very hard. Well, mainly me, because but I will give chat some praise on this. I have worked very hard on trying to ensure that this game is as well refined as it is now. I'm still gonna not say it is. It's still filled with a lot of spaghetti code and a variety of problems, but we're now at a point where like our infrastructure is kind of well set up that most things can be resolved pretty easily, and we've got a good bit of functionality going for it all. Like, one of the big issues that I do need to resolve is this one that I can probably show here, is that these are spawning inside a terrain, right? And I know why they're spawning inside a terrain. Well, I sort of know why they're spawning inside a terrain. I can resolve it, but yeah, no. Like, what you see here is, again, this is almost 2 years worth of work. This was February last year I started working on this project. February 2023. And while I have like a lot of coding experience in my past, that should give you an example there. Is like, I have coding experience. I'm still struggling with some of this. And this is constant work with tutorials, with talking with people, with learning, and all that. It's a constant effort, and you're never going to be fully free of it. That's fine. It's great. Learn. Your first game's not going to be stellar, nor is probably your second game. But as long as you don't let that hold you back, keep making games. The only person that can really hold you back from that sort of thing is yourself, after all. I still need to double check if that is actually getting the duration input correctly, because I feel like it's not. Oh, shit. I get alt now? There we go. I still think the spawn rate's way too high. I kinda... Oh, I'll take this. But like, watch how this boss does its fucking thing. Like, look at how jank that shit is. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm getting decent damage. Ooh, yes. Also, yeah, no, sometimes I just play the game because fucking why not, right? By making a game, surprisingly enough, the best way to see if it's actually doing well is to play it. Ooh, I'm gonna take the Demon Umbrella here, actually. I feel like we might need to up the size, the base size of the Demon Umbrella, because it does kind of feel hard to see at moments. If I take light from the depths, that means the last one I'm going to want is Kimcha, right? Kumicha. We need to start adding more, like, items to the game. Items and weapons. We just need to start adding more soon, I think. Because I think right now we are lacking in that. I think that's something that we definitely need to do something about. Let's see. Got a bounce, but subbed and looking forward to catching another stream. All good. I'm glad that you enjoyed. And I'll see you next time then. Let's see. I'm fairly tanky at this point. Well, mainly I have a lot of regen, and the enemies are only just starting to scale the damage up a bit. We still need to hit that a little bit, I think. Because I think still the enemy is getting a little too high in its damage scaling too quickly. Which is not a good thing at all. Because, like, again, we're only at 3 minutes, and I'm feeling like I'm just getting completely dumpstered. Or nearly 4 minutes, mind you, but most of the scaling's off minute timer, I believe. Yeah. Can't wait to have more bosses in the game, though. I think that's going to definitely be, like, one of the big things that helps improve a lot of things. You know what? I want the crate. Why did I get that many crates? Interesting. Did it give me a crate for, like, each of them? I'm gonna fucking die. Okay. I swear I'm good at this game. Okay, so what we're gonna want to do Let's create a selecting sub function. A selecting for sub array, right? We already have it here, yeah. So we're going to go here. Get that in. And then else if. There we go. What are you questioning there, devil? You wondering what I'm working on? Because that is a bit weird. I'll give you that. The thinker. I mean, that's basically how I run these streams, right? You know, it's like real intense code when I'm just like quiet and kind of like plodding along and making some hum and ha noises. Yeah. Brains fried today. That's honestly, that's fair. I don't know. I've been quite ill recently. I talked about this a bit, like last week and this week a bit. I've been quite ill, so I'm still kind of like dealing with that. I'm not sure if I'm like anywhere close to being recovered though. Okay, I need to get do that. But yeah, no, I've been fucking sick as a dog far too long now. Did not get anything anywhere near as much done yesterday as I wanted to. To be fair, I also did play like I've been playing a lot of the new Hearthstone expansion. That's been fun. Nurgle send you? Yeah. Oh, this needs to not be and. That's the issue. This needs to not be or, sorry. This needs to be and. That's the issue. Yeah, okay. I'll do something about... that basically indicates if there's actually been a scroll or not. Like the scroll event has occurred. I mean, it should be as simple as, actually, yeah, it should be this simple. Right? No, wait. I need to... No. It needs to be... You have a perfect 800 subs? Yeah. It's kind of cool. I'm actually quite happy that, again, like, I'm still seeing channel growth and all that. I'm seeing it on both channels. There's an argument to be made that, like, technically having both channels growing is not good because they're not growing together. They're growing in their own separate, like, in parallel, which is, in a sense, bad because I'm splitting my audience. But I'm also going to say this now, I really don't care. Like, I'll very openly say that. I have really started considering getting back into YouTube Shorts, though. Because, like, that's the biggest advertisement of the channel I can do. Like, the amount of growth I had while doing YouTube Shorts was drastic in comparison to what I have now. So it's definitely something I should really consider, like, pulling my shit together and doing something about. I'm just not sure how I want to approach it. Cause, Twitch, YouTube, and Shorts. Exactly. Let's split them all through. Well, to be fair, it's kind of that whole argument of like, well, it creates 3 separate audiences potentially, but it's going to be overlap between them. That's fine. But no, so what I can do is because I'm streaming on Twitch, I can use Twitch's clip function to make the shorts really easily. Like really easily. If you have Pirate Software did a video on this, and I have known about this quite a bit. But if we go into here, right? So there's clips on my channel. What I can do is I can go into edit. And you can see how there's a portrait version off to the side here. So I can actually edit the layout of this. And then I can say, pull this down here. And then say, move this around. And look, that's basically, well, you can't fully see it, admittedly. Did you? I did know. Did you know, Roger? But yeah, like, I can literally do that in this YouTube short outside of, adding, what's it called again? Subtitling, which I can do that pretty much with a snap of my fingers nowadays. Like, if I use Twitch's clips for, thing, genuinely would be really easy to do it, but I would need to have a good system for clicking that. I didn't. Oh, did you know? Come on. Did you know? Got sidetracked making an OS for the 10C4. Why did you... What do you mean? Roger? What? What do you mean? Got sidetracked making an OS. God damn it. God damn it. I hate how I know that feeling all too well. This is the big thing. It works. Fair. And that's fair. That's fair. Here we go. It works, it can run code. It has a built-in custom graphics and library set for usage. Oh god, I use it. Oh my god. You know, that shit concerns me, man. I don't know where the main quest is, but if this branch gets long enough, it will come full circle and find it again. Eventually, you'll find the throat of the world. Yeah. Go talk to the greybeards. Me, if I lost any shreds of impulse control and had found the motivation to do things. To be fair, that is basically what Roger is. He's like, no impulse control, all motivation, make wild shit. Why do I do this? Because I can, and you can't stop me. Exactly. It's the best way to do it. But yeah, how do you think the game's looking though since you last popped by, Roger? I've done quite a bit of shit with the character select, and I'm currently doing the keyboard gamepad input control systems for menu because we've had the rework to menu, which I'm happy with the rework to menu overall. Graphically more impressive? Yeah, that's the main thing, right? But we've got like tooltips and stuff like that. We've got all sorts of things looking a lot better. I can also change skins in game. Also, that needs to change. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's a pretty cool one. I'm definitely interested in that bug. Yeah. I gotta this week. Just buy books, read them while campaign, leave them on the shelf. Dude, I need to like one day actually play a TTRPG. I really want to, and I'm trying my best to convince my friends to play. It's not that they don't want to, it's that we need to like figure out how we're going to do it. That's my big problem at the moment. Because like, at the moment, I'm the only person that doesn't live in the same fucking city. And we kind of want to do it in person. Because it would be really funny to be in person and drinking. But it's that and then like scheduling problems. Because we already have a hard enough time. Because if we wanted to go late, for example, which, let's be honest, it's very realistic when we're going to late. Bloody... I can't go late because the flatmate won't like that. Getting people together on the same day and time is the biggest challenge for them. Yes, that is the biggest challenge of it most of the time. But like that's genuinely, we've all talked about wanting to do it. We just need to like set up a time to do it, and we kind of have a time in mind. But again, it's just like, while I'm living here, it's probably not feasible. But once I move, it should be. Because I'm still trying to move. Like, I'm constantly looking at places in town to move to, into that town. And still in talks with some mates to see if there's anyone I know that wants to flat with me. In my house, and they only have like a 10-minute drive there. We can't coordinate the days and hours. See, now that works, right? Because like, that's kind of why I say, like, if I'm in the same city, it's way easier because it's just like, ayo, everyone free today? Let's go. We don't even need to like schedule heavily if we need to, if need be. We can try and have scheduled times, but other than that, we can play it more irregularly. More regularly. I don't know how to rephrase that better. More irregularly, frequently. There you go. The final boss of D&D, the schedule conflictor. He affects the player's actual schedules by forcing them to do a task to be allowed to join the campaign next session. Oh no. Oh no, that would be painfully funny. That'd be very, very funny, though. Now, why was that issue being the case? I also should probably maintain this being the case. Mouse on surface. We're gonna have like mouse on surface being our check for now until we have keyboard based checking, because once we have keyboard based checking, then we're gonna have that as an or statement. There we go. Alright. Can't kill you. If you die, your character doesn't think anything happened, but now you have to spend a month learning 3D modeling to create an update. Oh no. Ugh. Chalith update? I honestly... There's Chalith. Chalith's just chilling out there. I'm currently getting looked at by my cat because I'm trying to reposition. Because the way he's sleeping is so uncomfortable for both of us, and it's very clear that's the case. So I'm trying to like reposition myself and him to make it better. Yeah, you can do better, right? He is overpaid for what he does. That's true. That is very true. I am overpaid for what I'm doing. When their character dies, I just take them out back. That's why our group started with 3 people 6 years ago, and now we only have 3 players and me. Started with 6. Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, that makes a bit more sense. It's like if you die in the game, you die in real life. Let's go. To be fair, I've expressed this with the group of friends that I do want to play with. If I play tabletop, like, the thing is, and I'm gonna say this in the nicest way. If I'm playing something roleplay and all that, I can't take it seriously. I have to like actively fuck with it. So I've talked about this before. Like some of the ideas I have is like literally a fucking eldritch clown that like uses eldritch powers to do his clown-like things. Like that sort of thing. Or a fucking what was the other character I had? It was like a fucking idol, but like they are basically, they can do singing stuff, but they also can just like lose their shit if you get mud on them and they turn into a berserker. Something like that. Like that's how I want to do my characters, where it's just like the most shit posty shit that you can do. Like, I don't want to take it seriously. I want to have chaos in my environment because I think that's just fun with those things. I just know that puts a lot more strain on the DM, and that's always the concern. You mean Chuckles from Legends of Adventurous? That's not even that far wrong, right? Because like, what is it again? Is because he's the clown that they killed at one point, and he was just a ghost for a while, and then became like more character. Like I think they actually had a campaign or two with Chuckles being in it. I've seen some. I've mainly watched their shorts. I'll be honest, like their shorts or their like highlight reels and shit. But like that idea, yeah, that sort of thing where it's just like chaotic clown that's like, oh no, you're clearly evil as fuck, but you know, it's fun. Riddle me this, Batman. I mean, it's not the Riddler though, it's supposed to be Joker. Riddle me this, Batman. If I wasn't supposed to do it, why are there no laws against the Pokemon? Here's a random NPC killed off, and handily, and they just brought him back and made him an actual character. Yeah, like if I recall correctly, it was like, one of the characters threw like something, I think it was a meatball, and killed him at range, and then he got like the effect where it haunted him, and then proceeded to, yeah. It was a great thing. Even I know about that one. Chuckles the Clown is amazing. The Riddler has a spiritomb. Hang on a minute. You know, that makes more sense than it probably should. Really makes more sense than it probably should. Okay, so nav mode. We're probably going to do something similar to this. I watch your stream and then I just get recommended Bao dressed as Vaporeon clip right after opening the next YouTube tab. I see Bao wants to be even more breedable. God fucking damn it. Dude, I fucking watched some clips of Bao recently and my god. Was it her? It was her, Max, or and I can't remember who the other person was off the top of my head because I think they were only in the clip very briefly. But like the fact that just Max or dumpstered her in an argument because it was, I think it was a Batman argument. It's like trying to say Batman's a furry. And just, it's like Max or inadvertently just called Bao a fucking furry. Yeah. Because it was like calling him Batman's called Batman. Oh no, I'm gonna pull up the clip. We're pulling up the clip. Fuck explaining this, we're pulling up the clip. It's funny. He isn't wrong. I mean, yeah, Bao is a fucking furry. The more she denies it, the more funny it gets. No, it's in my shorts that I watched yesterday. There it is.
He's literally called Is that Batman. Okay, you know what? I think if my name was Wolfman, then you would call me a furry. I would not. Okay, then my name is Wolfman. Okay, it's nice.
If my name was Bao the Whale, you would call me a whale.
It's lagging. My apologies. There we go. Come on. Come on. Fix your shit.
Damn. So it's like.
Alright, let's pull this back.
He's literally called
Is that
Batman.
Okay, you know what? I think
if my name was Wolfman, then you would call me a furry. I would not. Okay, then my name is Wolfman. Okay, it's nice.
If my name was Bao the Whale, you would call me a whale.
Damn. So it's like that, huh? That was a deep cut. So it's like that.
I actually don't know what landmine I just stepped on.
He called me a furry, but in the most like fundamental way possible. He's literally.
There you go. There should have been laws against the Pokemon, Batman. No, to be fair, I still love the best part of the Pokemon leagues is everyone that actually takes, that hasn't read them, but takes what, like, the memes that are being made seriously. I always love that shit, right? The one time Batman condoned bestiality. Wait, did he? Now you're making me question this. Like, did he actually condone it? Because honestly, you could tell me he did. I would probably fucking believe you. (2013) Okay, you can give me a year, but there's a lot of days in the year. Wait, don't tell me. I don't want to look it up. Can you explain it to me? Because I don't want that on my search history. Wait, no, fuck it. Alright, let's Google this shit. Batman condoms. Batman condoms. Whoops. Looks like there aren't many great searches. Yeah, that's a bit of pornography. I'm not finishing that Google. I'm glad I did that on the other monitor. Yikes. Big yikes. Grubhub guy. God damn it. I'm not Googling anything else for a little bit. That's just not gonna do that. What was I doing? We're doing a check to see what type of thing we're doing, right? My brain is just like completely fried. I had the blessing of shy memory. To be fair, same. Step event at top of one of the. I think it's the step event here that handles input architecture, right? Doesn't it also? Yeah, here it is. Mouse moving. It's the mouse moving thing. You'll be in your hole. Well, it was good to see you again, Roger. Hope you turn back up again more frequently. It's always good to hear from you. By the way, this is an example to people that like keep going, will you remember me if you get big? Fucking Roger has been around for ages, like since last year. And just randomly pops in, sometimes even like a month apart. And I'll still remember Roger. Still remember playing some of the fucking, what was it again? That like 1 pixel game that you made me play? That you did? Because you wanted to see if my computer would handle the shader rendering. I remember shit, man. I remember the weird stuff. I'll just disappear. Fair. I'll still remember you, though. I stand by that, right? It's just like, there's gonna be a point in time where I will struggle to keep up with things, and I'll need like subtle reminders of people, and I do apologize about that if that ever does occur. But like, overall, don't mind. So your life is shitty? Exactly. It's a whole lot of shite. Whole lot of shite. Whole lot of shite. Alright. How do we handle determining input type? I honestly don't feel like I need to for some aspects of this. I just need to have a thing of mouse control or not, right? So we're gonna have to have a toggle in here of it's that. then we go to say here. My cat is fucking snoring so goddamn loud right now, by the way. I can honestly barely, like, think straight. So... We only care about the characters here. Let's see. Alright. Come here, let's share the shitty life toilet. Hell yeah. I'll get on stream whenever I can. I might not always feel the energy to chat and engage and watch even in the background. My leg tore something inside, so I'll have to get it to the vet. Oh, good lord. That's fucking intense. But like, I'll always say this. The intention is with this content is that it's second monitor content, right? If you feel the need to comment and stuff like that in chat, awesome. But don't feel like you need to. It is not a essential thing. I'm more than happy with people lurking. And I will try and do my best to uphold a conversation and talk about interesting topics, right? I've done that for a few years now. And I will continue doing that for the entire time I plan on streaming. Because I enjoy second monitor content, because I like having content on my other monitor while I'm working. And I know what I want out of that kind of content. So that's what I aim for. Sure, if I'm first monitor content, I won't complain though. That's always the big thing. But no, at the end of the day, I don't mind. I aim for the second monitor. This is when someone says your third monitor content at best, and it's like, alright then. So, I think I've got to do this stuff not in the step event, in a function. Yeah. I think it is correct to do this in a function. So let us set up a function for this. Turns on stream on the phone, places it on the shelf next to me as God intended. Exactly. If you only have one monitor, you gotta find a way to create that second monitor, right? So how do I want to handle this? Honestly, it's probably not even going to be like menu nav grid. It's probably going to be menu nav grid character. Just because we're going to have this kind of unique. So array. Still drawing your profile pic. I wish, honestly, that's the one thing I kind of dislike about Restream, is I can't see your bloody profile pics on the natural chat. I have to, like, click on, like, other stuff to see. Ooh, that's a cool little dude that you've got there. Not a bad profile pic. I love, let's see. Oh, I can actually show most of this now? Yeah, they removed showing your bloody email. I can actually show my restream. I just want to check something, though. Good. But I can show this now. I love how, like, my stream is perpetually stuck like this, though. Oh no, restream, because it doesn't, like, update correctly. That's kind of funny. It's not fun taking into a shrinkage, but I'm gonna add some outlines and more depth. And more chibi. Nice. Chibi's hard, though, I gotta say. Chibi has a really weird style to it. Same with pixel art in a sense, like they're very unique in what they're doing. You can make that argument of all art, but you know what I mean. So, blessings to you on that one. Goes out. But yeah, no, if you're wondering what that image is, I'm now using Wallpaper Engine again, and that's my background. And I like it. It's nice. It's pretty. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it's such a weird thing to explain, right? Like, how do I explain that sort of thing easily? I don't think you can. Yeah, no, I've not been running Wallpaper Engine for ages. And now I'm just, yeah, getting back into it. Okay, so let's think about how I want to approach this architecture. So I'm gonna want to yoink most of this. Do this for the moment. And we'll play around with this. Alright, so... Groups keyboard. is the input for the array. Yeah. So... Right. My brain gets more and more deformed as I try and intake information I'm watching. Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand that very well. So because of this, it is, if array length is less than 2, array delete. So it ignores it. The reasoning behind this is because keep in mind that title is a valid thing. And with this, we can basically architecture this to correctly input with both character select and assist select. That's the idea. That's the general idea of it, yeah. Rows in a group. No, that's not going to be quite right. Because we have some cycling down. So row length. I mean, this is no, this is probably sort of correct. Trying to think how I kind of like correctly organize this. Yeah, so this is actually column count row. Just trying to think the best way to. Again, this is an awkward architecture because of the way we've done a lot of this, but it's one that like should be pretty clean to implement once we just kind of get it going, right? People that anyone that it's ever says like menus are easy, they're not considering all the aspects that go into a menu sometimes. I'll say that very, very clearly now. Because what I mean by that is if you're in a situation where you're like designing these sorts of things, you'll realize how many things go into UI. And UI is a very, very annoying thing to get right. Understand the UI making pain. Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean that with like the utmost love and care with the statement of just like so many people do not understand what that actually entails, what that actually means. Right? Because there's a lot that goes into these things. Sorry, my brain's like just racking itself how I want to like kind of approach some of this. It's very, very weird because of what we're doing with it. Because again, so to kind of maybe show this a little bit better, because of the architecture we have with how we're doing the menu, so we need to accommodate for a bunch of case scenarios. So just imagine the scribble is the name of the group, right? So we're just gonna do this. This is kind of close to what we actually have, but hey. Hey, now, what we need to have is a system that can bounce from this point to this point, 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 but also from this point to this point, effectively, and go along like this. And probably what we're gonna do is once this, because what we're gonna have to have, right, is a looping system. So when we clamp it, what we're gonna have is it's gonna go basically right back to the top. With this is going to have to go from here to here. That's going to be what we have to have as architecture. To go around the character UI, choice UI, and just place their models starting in a base area. Their spawns and change character. That's not actually a bad idea. So something that I kind of want to pull away from that idea, like, genuinely be quite interesting, and I've talked about this before. So the idea of the lobby is that when we have the offshoot for it, especially, this will be like a tavern here. Because the entire thing is supposed to be very like tavern-esque. So this is going to be like where you actually get a lot of things. There's going to be like a counter up here and things. And you'll have some of the characters wandering around. There is an argument to be made. We should just take that approach hardcore and have that as the character select. And have it that you go up to the individual and click on them. And you can basically interact with them to switch over, right? Like in Death Must Die. Is that what Death Must Die does? I actually don't know. I've never played Death Must Die. Because it's done by the same people that did Soulstone Survivors, I believe, right? Yes? Okay. Because like that I wouldn't say is a wrong way of doing it. In fact, I think that's a really cool way of doing it as well. Could I do that? I could really do that. I really could do that. The complications... Shit, you've made me really think about that. I almost want to scrap now and do that. That sounds really cool. Like, that doesn't actually sound like a bad idea, but the difficulty of that is that now I would want to push the lobby rework up then to allow for that. We'll see. Our game project is starting well. You inspired me to get my group to make a sort of Vampire Survivors like. Hey! Nice. You have a lobby with characters and their spots there, and you can engage in dialogue with them and change the character as well that way. Yeah, like, I think that's a really cool way of doing it. I think that's not a wrong... In fact, I think that's a really cool way of doing it. I really cannot stress how much I like that idea. But I don't want our characters to passively attack. You have a deck building system similar to Slay the Spire and attack in real time. See, that's actually a cool idea, because that's kind of, I mean, that gets closer towards, like, Hades, right? I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's a cool thing. I like that idea. I'm not saying Hades directly, but, like, that sort of idea with it. Where it's, like, you've got kind of a list of things that you can do, and it's more about using them in an active sense, which I think is a good way of doing that. I 100% agree with that. there was considerations to being a lot more active with my game at one stage early on, but I decided against it. Like, the fact there's dashes was a high consideration for a long time. Fuck you. I'm really trying to consider if it's... Because, okay, can I just say with this, the character thing? I'm 100% down for doing this. I think this would be a really good idea, but it would be horrendous to implement right now. Because the amount of reworking we're going to have to do, it basically scraps all of the character select we've got. Which, I mean, oh no, right? There's so many little things to it that would need to be done, but I don't think it would be bad. Okay, hear me out on this. We do it, but in a kind of shitty way for now, and accept the fact that it's going to be done correctly when we do the lobby rework. Do we agree with this idea? I think that would be a better idea. We aren't allowed to use a game engine. We have to make it from scratch. Second day, and we got a decent game loop code. Rendering with camera, following player UI. Not bad for a second day. To be fair, you've got a group, so that's the big thing. I'm assuming you're going 2D with it, right? Because that would be my first assumption. As long as you've also got a depth architecture, right? I'd assume you've got depth architecture built in. To manage decoration, animation, and other things. Yeah. Because like that's one thing that will catch off guard. Because not only do you need to have depth management, you kind of need that for UI, right? Which I assume you've got, if you're saying you've got UI stuff. Basically, it's a draw hierarchy, right? Like, that's all you need to do. My one question would be, do you have a good architecture for, and I'm going to use an example in here. My enemies have this, and so does my player, I believe. Enemy objects, enemy parent. Is it in here? No, it's in the controller. Okay. No, enemy handling. This bit of code here, which is like probably one of the most used pieces of code in all of Game Maker. Depth equals -y. To gain time with throw. Yeah, because like this architecture here means that the depth is relative to the Y positioning, which is a really good way of doing it. Highly recommend that if you can. Because it means that like if your player walks over, let's just use this top corner here just to show. If we've got an enemy here, the player will overlap them. If you've got an enemy here, it will overlap the player. So it's nice and cleanly done. That's the good depth system. If you can implement that, I would recommend it because it would be a nice shout at a soft little... It's a soft little thing that will add a nice touch to the game, if you can. It's very, very subtle, but it is really nice for adding depth to it, visually for the player. Oh, man, I'm really riling on the idea of doing this character select thing like that. That sounds so good. We haven't done much with enemies. I started with the abstraction. For now, we don't have graphic depth, but the render engine draws layers separately into a defined order. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'd assume under most cases, is that it's going to have a defined order. You'll need to just have a system for applying where the order should be. And that would be the difficult thing. The game model uses different methods for what is on which layer. So can you can define which layer it's on then? And can you be dynamic with that definition? Is kind of the idea, right? Because the benefit of that depth system I just mentioned is it also works with the enemies themselves. So enemies will, the further down they are on the screen, the further forward they will be pushed on depth layering. So that's a little suggestion I'd have towards that, if it's feasible. Obviously, it's not always feasible. Potentially, you just give enough of a collision mesh pushback that they don't collide with each other, and then you'll never have to worry about that. But it will definitely look really weird if you've got a little bit of spacing on the collision mesh, because then they'll just have like lots of empty space in the movement, which can be fine, especially for a small scale project, but definitely would change. Yeah, no scale system plan for now. We have 3 weeks to do our game. Yeesh. From code base up? Fuck me. Okay, have fun with that. Vampire Survivor is probably not a bad argument for that, though. How large is the size of your group, then? If you don't mind me asking. And I'm hoping that you're only expected prototype level, because that would be fucking nuts for anything higher than that. Because that sounds like nearly close to rapid expectations. Rapid design expectations. Because I'm assuming, I don't know. I don't know how long you had to plan it and then implement. Because plan and implementation for rapid is typically like, for training, I think it's 2 weeks, right? 1 week, 2 week. So, doesn't sound quite rapid, but it's very close. That's rough. They aren't expecting amazing graphics, but a decent working game. Okay, yeah, no, then that's fine. That's basically prototype argument. It's functional prototype, yeah. So that's not rapid, but close to. Okay. Because that's what you do with rapid. Rapid is an expected outcome of like it actually working and having the functional gameplay loop, all key features ticked and all that, right? But post that, it's like nothing else is expected. It could basically be like a goddamn visual mess. Wow, not truly visual mess. Enough that it's cohesive, right? Fuck, I'm really trying to figure out how I want to do the character thing now. You've given me too much to think about with that with that devil. Like genuinely, I'm struggling. Oh, that's such a good idea. Because if I was to do it, how would we do it? So initially, we'll just have them kind of like sitting in a semicircle, I think. As collision objects. You go up, open up dialogue box. By going near them, probably a box down here in the GUI with the name and description. Click on them, dialogue box comes up, and the options will be select yeah, select, and then during the selection process, maybe change assist, or maybe assist is a change thing here, and then exit, and then if option, if skins, then skin option. Yeah. Right, I'm gonna source some free, source some fallen bush. Stay true to my woodworking lore. Hell yeah. We're 3, but my two mates are rookies. I plan on everything ahead as much as possible and do diagrams to explain. Also, Copilot really is amazing for helping. Yes! No, 100%. I agree with that. Also, I accidentally have a bug in my movement controller for the character moving. You'll be able to moonwalk. I'm going to keep it and add a Michael Jackson sound effect. God damn. Actually, that's a question. How have you handled movement? Because I'm assuming, have you accounted for, magnitude? Are you doing magnitudinal movement, or are you just doing, pure input to handle for directional input? Is the shorthand, so your directional is not accelerated. Because I do have the equation for that if you do need that quickly, but I assume you wouldn't need it. I'm confident you probably know how to do that magnitudinal. easily. Oh, pure input for now? Okay. Because, I mean, doing non-pure input's really good. It helps it feel a lot better, and it's really easy. Should just be in here. Yeah, there it is. And a lot of this can be ignored because obviously, well, I mean, kind of, but it's just that. You can ignore this one, and you can ignore this one. And I use move and collide, but move and collide you don't need to worry about too much. It would literally just be your X and Y plus these. What keys are pressed on the controller and each game tick act upon those? Yeah, because like that's what we've got with this is you'll need to do some math for point direction, but other than that, it'll be fine. Highly recommend this for magnitudinal movement though, because this basically is why in this you'll see that we don't have any directional acceleration, and this works really well with gamepad when necessary as well, if need. It's because it's basically it's turning keyboard input into gamepad input. Whoops. What have I... Oh. Yeah, it's because I've not finished doing that, have I? Here we go. Yeah, so like if we launch the game and it doesn't crash, you'll see what I mean by that. So like look at the movement, it's equal in all directions. So it's literally how a gamepad's directional calculation would go, but it's implemented to WSD. So you can see diagonal is equal to all directions. All directions are equal. So that's why I was saying, like, that's a nice one to implement. It's very simple math for it, because you just need to set up a point direction, which is... I'm pretty sure this will explain it pretty easily. It just literally is grabbing the, you mean normalizing speed? Yeah. No, it's a normalization. That's why I use magnitudinal argument, so I apologize if that's confusing. It's just literally you need this... would be the big thing to code, is point direction. This point to this point. And you just input these things. And these are true and falses for the input. It's literally a boolean. So it's really, really easy. And then player movement is literally just the movement speed modifier that you would want to add to it. So if you want it to move more faster than 1, basically. And this equation should fully work in almost all contexts. I've inputted it into a C++ program before, and it worked fine once I did the point direction argument. So that's something I'd recommend. It's a very, very simple implementation process, and it's really, really nice. And like I said, all you'd need to do is instead of having this move collide, because I have that as a way for checking collision, unless you want to have that, you'll need to code that yourself, obviously, which would be like a place meeting argument. But it would just be like X and Y plus equals these values. So just addition thing. Yeah, I get X and Y input, and if both are pressed, the vector gets multiplied by a mathematical constant to avoid processing square roots. Yeah. That's fair. No, this is a nice simple way of doing it. And it looks way more simple in this, obviously, because I don't have to make a specific code for point direction, especially for move and collide as well. Move and collide would be annoying to add in, because what you'd need to do for that is you'd need to do a preemptive collision check for the architecture. So it would be something like place meeting, but it would be the X and the Y plus the move Y and the move X and the move Y. And then it would just need to go like, hey, does this collide? Yes? Okay, go back. And that's all you need to do. Don't even know if we're going to do entity collision. I mean, as long as you have like map clamping, you'll be fine, right? Unless you want to do map wrapping or like room wrapping, which, I mean, I would recommend against room wrapping, because that just gets disorientating in most cases. In my experience, at the very least. We're gonna have environmental collision. Okay. I mean, that's what the move collide systems, right? Is you'll just need to have that input, not immediately edited. That's why, obviously, move X and move Y is a good argument there. A sub variable to hold the value while you're doing it. You'd probably do that. I don't know. You'd probably be fine making that just like a temporary variable, like within scope. Unlike what I do. I think I do what I do for a reason though. Can't remember what it is. I think it's an error check argument. So I can input that value in multiple ways. Oh no, it's because I want to be able to influence it from an external factor, so if I do dashes and shit. That's right. Oh, no, I mean, I don't do entity collision, per se. Like, that's got tile map and object collision, right? All you need to do is just have a way of detecting mesh arguments, right? And it's the same thing. Environmental collision would be no different. Have a speed attribute for the player class? Yeah, so that you just modify that with the magnitudinal argument, is what I've got there, right? I mean, for most entity classes, you're going to probably want a speed value, a health value, all that stuff, right? So that makes sense. Yeah, you've got a speed value. Actually, that's a question. Have you made a entity class and then gone down from there to make the player class, or have you made the player class and then you'll make an enemy class separate later? Because there is a soft recommendation that you make an entity class over the top of that and make those two subclasses. Actually, I don't remember how well Java does that. Does Java do object inheritance well? Should do. I made an entity one. Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah, no, it does object or inheritance fine from memory. It's not as good as like C++ is, or well, C in general, but yeah, no, it's fine. It should be fine. Giving me a moment of trying to remember fucking Java. What have you done? I tried to forget that for a good fucking reason. That's why they're having us use it. To be fair, I would argue C++ is better for OOP than Java from memory, but maybe I'm wrong. And C++ is more universally used in my experience, especially nowadays. Alright, you know what? We're gonna... Thanks, Devil, by the way. You've now made me completely want to scrap the character select, and now I'm having to like figure out how I'm doing this. Ah, bitch. What have you done? Okay, so we're gonna have to rip a few of these things out then, for that. Oh god, that means we're gonna have to accelerate one system that I didn't want to work on yet. Oh shit. Oh, alright. I guess we're doing that now. C++ has a lot of room for deep rabbit holes, not beginner friendly. Yeah, I that's one of those things where I'm like, I will agree with you on that based on my like loose kind of remembrance, but the problem is that like I am at a stage where I'm not beginner, so while I fuck up from time to time, I would not be able to look at it right. Want to move to into the Gungeon character select? Is that the same as what we were talking about earlier, where it's like you go to the character and like click on them, basically, or you talk to them and you get it? Because yeah, we're gonna move to that, I think. Basically a dialogue with the characters. I feel like the reason why I agree with that more and more is because that will make the lobby feel a lot more lively. We already were going to have some liveliness to it, but that definitely makes it more lively. And it means I have more room for expressing their character. Right? Alright. I'm gonna have to do the planning for this then. I'm gonna have to get my Google Doc so I can actually think about this. I love the idea a lot with all of the reference characters. It will make it way more unique and interesting. Yeah, like I think that that's the thing with it, right? Is the moment it got mentioned and the more I thought on it, it's just there's no reason to have the current character select over that character select, and there's reasons for that character select over the current one. It just makes more sense, and that is a problem because if it only makes more sense to do it, kind of have to, and it's not an inflation to the game, it's a shift, right? And I think it's actually a good shift. I think it genuinely, I cannot stress enough, I think it's just the better thing. It means I'm gonna have to do something with assists, unless I have it that the character if you go up to a character, you can ask them to be your assist. That makes sense. Yeah, that's how we should do it, because then that way you know who's your assist. Yeah, this is making more and more sense. Fuck! Ah, why have you done this? Ah, this is gonna take me another week. Because I want to stress, it's not even the problem of character select, right? Like now, that's fine, right? I don't mind that. It's the fact that we now need to introduce a system I've wanted to put off till next update. We're gonna have to do it now, which is dialogue systems. Ah, fuck! All right. Fuck. I want to stress, I'm not holding this against you, truly, Devil. Genuinely, thank you for the suggestion. You're gonna make the game better, but. Fuck you for making the game better and putting more work on me. Oh, shit. Alright, so I'm gonna make a new script. We're just gonna start a new script for all of this stuff. How do you spell dialogue again? It's the U after the G. That's it. There we go. Alright. Let's see. It's a random thought based on what I made in RPG Maker. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? This is, again, this moment here is why I love the streaming aspect of this, is that you guys can come up with ideas I probably should implement that I might not have thought of. And this is 100% the correct choice. 100%. This makes this game way more interesting and way more unique in its style. I hope our game will be at least some fun to play. Currently thinking of the card system, and I should have mouse input or arrow navigation or being movement. So for that, my personal suggestion for time is having one of two options. Pure mouse, which is not great, but having potentially an auto-target system, which is not too hard to implement. You should just need to check for nearest object. Or you have pure input, movement input, but also potentially have the ability to like hold shift to force the targeting to lock. One of those two, because that gives you enough power over it as a player, but being fine. You don't need those. You could just go pure movement input and then force the player to have to figure out how to do kiting, which is a bit rough. But it depends on if you also are willing to make sprites that are that work on a diagonal, is basically the big thing, right? Or irregular angles. Because if you do that, you're fine with mouse input. If you don't, that becomes a problem, all right? Okay, yeah. The cards are auto-target, but it's for selecting which and when to play a card. I mean, would it not be worth just having numerical input for that? If you've got like the cards at the bottom, for example, as like a little hand, having the number, key numbers to basically implement it, and you press it to select them. So press 1, 2, 3 and all that. I feel like that would just be your best option, no? Nice, simple. Then you can also just put the number at the top of the card, kind of like indicating that's a key number there. Or you could actually have it as a hold thing, then have like a little charge up go up around it to indicate that you're selecting it, to give a little bit of a input buffer delay, so the player doesn't accidentally make a decision. Like, if we're talking about, like, a pure hand thing, right? Number of inputs with WASD. Interesting. I don't know if I fully agree with it. I mean, you could also have it as just, like... Q and E switch. Right? You use Q and E to go between the cards. So if you're wanting the WASD and then having something as a select, that could be a suggestion. Using space, up or space, I was thinking. Yeah, like that's not a bad one as well. Because yeah, I agree, like playing without the mouse is a good accessibility argument as well. I'm just thinking purely from like a one-hand angle, right? Where that's why I'm saying like the QE potentially for moving around, have space for your select. Gives you almost like a invoker feel as well, because you're like switching between your things kind of on the fly. So it may make you feel a little bit more interested and empowered by having that sort of option. But I will also say, like, I've got arthritis in my thumb, so I hate fucking using spacebar if I can avoid it. But starting with the arrow one, that's fair. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like you can do both. I see no issue in doing both, because again, like that's an option and accessibility argument. Yeah, like having up arrow as a select if you've got the arrow keys, and space if you've got like QE, for example. Having both of those in at the same time would be good. You've just got to find a way of making that transparent to the player, right? So something in the UI maybe to indicate that. That's the weakness of having multi-layered controls like that, is trying to explain that rapidly and easily to the player without wasting a lot of UI space. That's a concern. You've got to keep that in mind. Okay, now we're in a situation where we have to question something very important. So I'm gonna just control new this. How do we shape our dialogue? So if this is our screen, I have the feeling that like, so obviously dialogue box is probably gonna be this down here. And then we'll have options on this side. Not obviously definitely that tall, but just as an example point. So you've got op 1, op 2, op 3, op 4. Very standard. How are we going to have the dialogue look? Because there's two ways to do this next part. Second of November. Okay. Sorry, I just got a bill that I was reading. Saw the email. So the two ways of doing this, and we're going to draw these with different colors to kind of indicate it. So we're going to draw idea 1 with red. Is we use the splash art of the character here. Gives it a much more interesting feel, and then the text starts here. Maybe with their name at the top. Like, actually, yeah, let's do name and then text. Idea 2, we're going to do with blue. We have this part cornered out, or maybe this part here, and have this as their icon. Name. Text as well down here. So this is, we've got that, and then we've got a third idea, I guess, as well, which is more questionable, which is having this entire area as the splash, then name, then text. There needs to be a character splash art. Yeah, we've got to have some way of identifying the character that's talking, right? So which way do we think? I will say now, idea 3 is probably the worst to implement. In my eyes. Like, by far it's going to be the worst to implement, because it would need to have situational things. I'd be more in favor of having the icon out of the dialogue box, makes it more expressful. Fair. Option 1. So far I'm hearing option 1 sounding like the most agreed upon, right? Because I agree with it as well. I will tell you though, do you want to know the weakness I see in option 1? How are we going to show the player stats? At least partly popping out? Yeah, I could see them, something like that. So, if we go into the game as it is currently, and go to the character select. Oh god, that looks really weird on my thing. We have these 4 stats here. And we also have their items equipped. How are we going to display this? How and where are we going to display this? Because we'll no longer need to have this stuff over here. That's fine. We don't need to care about that. Could have a button that pops out the stats next to the splash art. I mean, what I'm thinking potentially is that if you were, say, and let's just use pink to show this. So if option 1 is select character, right? So we click on that. It then comes up with a prompt, are you sure, right? In the center here is where you get that information. So it will come up with a box, like maybe a bit wider. I don't know. We'll go with like this for now. And it will have all of their things like this. Name and stats. Basically, yeah, like it's taking that idea and just adding it as part of the process. So it means that like I can look at this stuff, I can hover over this thing, and then it will give me 2 options, which is just a confirm or deny, right? Not actually being those phrased things, but it gives me these 2 options while this box is up before I select the character, and that way I know what I'm actually getting into with this character. And I think that would be a valid way of doing it. Because we can then also use that idea when we're doing this character as an assist. Then we'll need to add a way on the UI to determine who you are currently and who's your assist currently. Because we're not going to probably show assist here, are we, anymore? Like, who's your currently selected assist for the character? Oh, no, I mean, it could be part of, like, the UI here, so it'd be, like, in the top right here. That space. Because, again, we're going to still have hover over dialogue here, right? Also, I'm just gonna fucking... There we go. I'm just gonna do that for now. Sorry, I've been getting a weird flicker on my second monitor that's been pissing me off. I'm hoping that's gonna fix it. I think that's probably how we'd do it. And then, like, what? One of these options is assist. And then exit skin. And we have it kind of like that. And then later on we can actually have like another option to talk with the character, potentially. And they'll open up like a subtree of dialogue. Which, God, I'm already seeing how that's going to be a nightmare to do. Because I'm going to have to do so much writing for that. Okay. Yeah. That seems fine. Alright. So we need to make a dialogue system that does certain things. Okay. So, dialogue system... I'm not gonna write into that for the moment. I'm just gonna make function Well, that's already a pre-existing function. Or... Hang on. Destroy the entire workflow with one thing. Yes. Callbacks. Yeah. Trying to think how I want to handle this. Because there's going to be like a lot of... Since it's going to be a tree-based thing, we're going to have to make a like an array architecture for it as well. I'm trying to think how I want to handle that. So this is going to be dialogue display. And with this, we're going to have to input, so we'll have title, sprite equals -1. Body, whoops. Body. And then options array equals empty. Did you hear about the recent Camilla situation? You mean the VTuber that she got doxed and fucking someone tried to break in during stream? Yeah, I did hear about that. It's fucking disgusting. Whoever the fuck that is, I hope that they get fucking judged fairly, and by fairly I mean they don't get out of prison. That is beyond unacceptable. That is completely fucked up. Like, no, that's awful. Yeah, I actually remember hearing about that as it happened, basically. It fucking shook me a bit. She got a gift with the tracker she took home, and a stalker tried to break in. Yeah, that's, so, to shorthand what had basically happened, so, that happened. Then what happened was, while streaming, someone knocked on her window. She didn't think anything of it. Like, the next day, they broke in while she was streaming. And she basically wrote on stream, someone's breaking in, and then ended her stream, and the cops were called. This person was arrested. And I'm just going to say this now. That is beyond unacceptable, people. Come on. It's not okay. It's just, no. You put a really bad reputation on everyone when you do shit like that. I don't care how much you care about this person, all that. It's fucking parasocial twats. It's okay, we are friends. Yeah, that I heard about, yeah. So the gift was booby-trapped. It was just a baseline tracker, from what I heard. Like, some form of tracing. But yeah, like, I'm gonna be honest, that there has probably now sparked the fear that almost no VTuber is gonna, like, accept physical gifts from people anymore. It was probably already a case where people didn't do that, but now you've made a situation, this one person has made a situation that is beyond unacceptable, to an extent that now there's gonna have to be, like, an extra level of security expectation. And it's just really upsetting. It's really, really upsetting that that's the case. Like, come on. Already a lot of, like, content creators in general don't have a PO box system anymore because of these sorts of issues. And now you've just, like, exasperated it. And, like, that's just so fucked up. It's shame. Yeah, exactly. Right? Because, like, now you're in a situation where, and, like, I'm gonna say this now, like, what if I made a physical thing that was really awesome and one of these VTubers wanted it, wanted, like, a copy of it or something like that, like a shirt, I don't know, or a figure or a plushie, I don't know, We'll just use a plushie as an example because that's probably the most likely case, right? I make a plushie of a VTuber and they're like, oh, this is really cool. Could you make another one or send me like things with it? It's like, yeah. Now there's gonna be an extra hesitation that someone's gonna put a fucking tracker on that shit. That's so fucking weird. Like, dude. It's upsetting when that's the case. So yeah, no, my heart goes out to Camilla on that. Like, holy shit. I actually watch her and like all that stuff. And it's just really, the corpo VTubers had rules about these things because yeah, no, exactly, right? Like, this already was the case in a lot of situations. Like, a lot of people misunderstand how hard it is to get like fan gifts to people already that are in content creation. There's multiple reasons. There's a reason why they don't do unboxing streams often, right? Or like fan stuff, because people send fucked up weird shit. It's kinda earlier in the year when someone backdoored the cheesy library. Yeah. Broke the trust of an open source system. Yes. No, I remember that. I remember hearing about that a lot. But a personal sin is not okay. Yep. Like this is where things come in. Is like, it's just, the damage has been done now. So I actually feel really, really fucking bad for VTubers, or content creators kind of in general, but VTubers in particular, because VTubing is even more of a case scenario of like their identity is more anonymous on purpose and a lot of the time. It's one aspect like I'm kind of sad about, is like there's no chance I have now really of backtracking and going, hey guys, forget what my face looks like. So yeah, I do hope that the stalker is put through court and gets exactly what they deserve. Because it's just not acceptable. It's never acceptable to do something like that. Actually, something, ironically enough, this reminds me of, and I'm going to use it as a similar argument here, is it's just, so I was watching a video of a dad doing like the whole, like they went through a drive-through and was using, like the current slang, so like the gat and riz and all that sort of stuff, all that shit to order a meal for their kids, and the kids are sitting in the back, and they're fucking screaming like, please stop. Fun little thing, if you talk in a way and then someone copies you and you fucking hate how they're talking, realize that's a sign probably something's wrong, right? Just saying. Like, if you're embarrassed to hear someone else say what you say, realize that that should go both ways, and you need to realize that. This is the same with this. This person needs to understand, if someone they do not know broke into their house, how would they feel? Fucking scared. Terrified. It's not okay. It's the same there. Do unto people what you would want done unto you. The problem is, they're gonna go like, oh no, I'll be fine. It's like, no, we're talking about a complete stranger. I'm not a complete stranger. You are. There's no stopping. You basically are. Even if you weren't, breaking into someone's house is not okay. Unless it is to literally save their life. And at that point in time, that's a complete different case. That's probably best left to the paramedics. Because there's insurance at that point. In most cases. I'm gonna break into your sheets. Ayy. You're welcome anytime, yeah. There is a difference between... No, I'm not saying that they're the same in the sense of, like, value. I'm saying it's the same concept there, though. Of, like, don't do something to someone else that isn't okay to you. I'm not saying that they're comparable outside of that context. I do want to stress that in case someone takes that out of context and thinks that I'm devaluing or overvaluing something there. I'm not. It's funny when you're doing the slang thing. It's not okay at all, any capacity to do the other thing. I think we can agree on that. Doing woodwork involves metal tools. True. Let's put people who use slang into prison. Nice context. Exactly. But yeah, that's one thing I will say. Is like, when we're talking contextually on this, I will stress we're not trying to devalue or overvalue something. Right? Also, I want to stress, in a sense, the person using that slang in that video was actually using it correctly. They were using it with all the correct contexting. It's just not the person that you'd expect using the slang. It's a good technique to embarrass your kid into realizing they sound like a moron. So in that case, it's okay to do it because the other person's going to realize it's not okay. What's not okay is to do anything like the break-in. That's the big solid thing here. I'm only just using it as a comparison point to give the overarching point of, again, don't do things that you don't want done to you. And then also think about what, like, most people will find unacceptable, which is breaking into their fucking house. Let's leave that conversation there, though, because otherwise we're just going to get into a cycle thing of shitting on someone that broke into someone's house because they're an idiot and creepy and weird. How do I want to draw this? Let's just get the drawing of the dialogue box done for now. There's also a time and place, in your opinion? I mean, yes. I will agree with you on that sense. But the problem is, that's kind of the problem, is that this slang isn't being used only in these sorts of contexts. If I'm with friends, yes, I'm going to say things that I'm not going to say naturally. But also, when certain terms are getting circulated and become overly popular, you need to realize how they sound. Now, don't get me wrong, if he was at a work environment and he said that to his boss, that is completely different. But it's kind of this aspect of, if you're in public and you're saying this shit, it's the same as you're in public and you're saying this shit. If you're in a friend group and you're in public, you're still going to sound like a dumbass. Especially when it is that sort of kind of slang. It's something we learned when we were younger. And now we use it in more private situations because of that, because you sound like a dumbass. To be fair, I will say, if you don't mind sounding like a dumbass and don't care, which I do sometimes, that's me most of the time when I'm hanging out with friends in public, then that's fine. You've accepted it. That's cool. But if you're embarrassed by hearing it, then that's the point, right? But yeah, no, catch you later, Nya. I did see that. Do keep me posted. Yeah, no, I hope all goes well with the game project. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help you out with that. Like that one guy in the news. Yeah, no, I did hear about that. Like, well, I mean, that's happened multiple times in a sense. But I also do not blame you. By the way, I'm bouncing around in the fucking comments at the moment. I do not blame you for getting hung up on something though, Devil. Like, that's what I'm like as well. That's why I'm explaining through that sort of concept. Admittedly, I'm probably explaining the situation poorly, which I will not deny. So you can easily call me out for that. But I will say that, like, I will defend the kind of idea there. I'm gonna go to bed because I at least a nap before tomorrow starts. See you next stream, and don't worry, I get what you're saying. Hey, it's all good. Like I said, always willing to debate things, but I understand you're probably quite tired, and debate is not where your brain's at. That's fair enough. Go enjoy your rest there, Devil. I'll catch you later. Now, I need to figure out how we're gonna do... So, we just want to get the dialogue display working, right? So... We're gonna make objects at some point, though, for our characters. It's gonna be easy enough. It'll just be an input thing. Continues to soar. Hell yeah. So I'm not going to care about the sizing or anything like that for the moment. Again, we just want to get like the concepting of the architecture done. So with that being the case, it would be a draw, sprite, stretched extended. Borders 0, X, Y, width, height, C, white, 1. If sprite is not equal -1, we're gonna draw the sprite. So sprite subimage 0, X, just gonna have as X for the moment, Y, width, height, C color, no, C white, 1. All right. I'm also actually going to do something that I'm going to introduce to a lot of systems, but we're going to sort that out later. 0.6 C black plus 3 plus 3. Okay, there we go. So then it'll be draw text extended. Actually, no, we could always just plug it through, right? Because it's not gonna have the sprite thing. So what is it again? It's text, paragraph. Is it the normal one that we want, or is it the other one? I think it's this one that we want. Yeah. Because this is used for this. Oh, it's not even used anymore. Okay. So we're gonna want, this would be this would be title, body, background, sprite, initial. And then we'll do options. I feel like I'm just gonna do this. I think there's no problem with that, right? It's gonna be fun because I'm gonna have to write like a hello dialogue for each of the characters, and it's gotta be unique, right? So we're gonna have to make a dialogue like fucking input for all characters and a shitload of dialogue, right? That's gonna be the painful part because oh no, that's gonna get so much text. I'm gonna have to write so much into it. Gonna be a pain in the ass. Can see it being fun though. We'll see how it goes. Yay dialogue, yeah. It's an architecture that we're always gonna have. This is why I'm like, we were gonna have this as one of the things we needed to work on for next update, right? That was always going to be the case. So we're moving it forward with this, but I do like the idea of moving forward. I cannot stress enough, I agree with this character selection idea. 100%. I cannot stress how much I think it is the correct course of action, because it gives me a lot of control in a lot of little key scenarios that we didn't have as good before. And it means that I actually have less problems with how I handle UI, and I can make specifically UI now only function for, like, clearly for options, because that will basically be the only actual UI anymore. I guess the dialogue technically, but like it will just use exactly the same architecture for most of it, because it will just be like a linear vertical choices, right? There's not going to be more than that. So fucking menu stuff will be really, really simple until the next update when we add the lobby redesign in. The difficulty is how we're going to handle each thing. Because, like, I'm going to have to do so many little toggle points. I'm just trying to think the best way I want to do it. Because we want to have branching, potentially. And we want to have consecutive dialogue, right? So that will be an important thing. So for the most part, this should function. Obviously, the sizing's not right, and we'll need to fix that in a second. Under here, right? 0.05. Okay, then font mono rig. We'll do 0, and then it's 3, 2. And then if mono italic for now. And we're gonna have nothing there. Wow, that is a lot smaller than I was expecting. That makes sense for this still, though. X is probably fine. Y needs to come with, like, display height times. So this needs to be even more gradual, and this needs to be even more gradual. The Y could be a little bit more aggressive. And then, actually no, the Y needs to be 6.5. This needs to be 3.5. Might be fine. Also, I saw that the thing didn't work. I'll sort that in a sec. That dialogue's a little bit better, still too high. That's fine. That's just a issue of giving it a little bit more slack. So go for 3. All right. Size needs to come up though, so that's definitely the case. Gap times 2. Actually, let's just go for that, and then do that for now. Hmm. Okay, I'm going to now do something silly. Just for testing purposes. Should I do it here? Do I do silly? Do I do silly? Oh, this is fucking wild how much is going to get removed from this concept, though. Let's not do silly, let's just do manual. So let's go through and just go with 6. Try some of the numbers out. See. Oh, that's still name. No, we want the splash changing. I'm just gonna put var index change. I'm lazy. Okay. Oh, apologies for that sneeze. I think they're a little too high up on average. I think I could make them like a little bit bigger, but like a little bit further down. I like Kaison's actually feels quite nice, but that's because she's like massive in her splash. Because she's crouched, so I had more space to work with. Okay, Monarchs was one of the better ones for showcasing if this is wrong or not, I think. I do love how like I've got gibberish for all of them, and it's like so far most of this has been correct. That was an accurate way of this character talking. This is one of the ones I think I'm the most concerned about. It's number 3. Is it 3? Is it 2? No, it's 2, sorry. Oh, it looks not too bad. It's the 3rd one, so it's number 2. Fucking my ability to remember indexing. It's not too bad. Alright. So I think I'm going to leave that for now as that positioning. So, now this creates a situation where how are we going to get the input for this? We've got to get the input architecture for it, and then we need to have the handling of moving around in dialogue. So internal dialogue changes. So we need to make a dialogue change function, and we need an array for holding information. So... okay. Do I make it as a dialogue system? Make it a separate thing? Because if I make it dialogue system, this will be a structure, and then a structure with input a structure with input. But I don't think I really need to. I think we can just do another little thing down here. Oh yeah, I was also going to work on boss display at some point, probably. Like, get it a little bit further along and cleaner, but oh well. Okay, so this is going to be replacing character select, so we'll just do it right here. Current tree, current index, Yeah, so I think that's the two things we'll need for this. So dialogue, change, index, so that will be as simple as, I'm actually going to make it a reference thing here. And then, dialogue tree. And for safety's sake as well, we're gonna need this to probably change back to 0 first. And then option dialogue index equals 0. There we go. For safety's sake, we'll have that. And then function dialogue close. So what is it again? Menu sub array. There we go. So dialogue can never be the only UI, it has to be a sub-UI. Which that's fine. And that's a perfectly reasonable way of approaching it. Yeah, trees, exactly. Um... And then we're gonna have this as just 0.7 for now. Width is going to equal this. And then gonna have to do some stuff after that. Okay. Hmm. Right. So how am I gonna make making dialogue trees easier? Because we're gonna make a way of making them easier. That's the big thing. Alright, array length for options array is greater than 0. So basically, if there's an option available, can you allow the VTubers to make their own dialogue or simply provide default messages for the time being? Basically that is the case, right? I'm gonna make a default for a moment, and then I'm going to write what I could consider a on-point character version for them, and then we will see from there if I get like a request of any kind, going, hey, by the way, I would like, I'd like to change my dialogue or something like that, or if I've got a better idea, let me know, and then we'll go from there. So the dialogue writing for the most part is just going to be a little bit of a time-consuming process. We're probably just going to have default in for most part, though, because I just don't see a reason not to just get the default going, and getting moving from there. We need it functional, and I'm hoping that before the end of this week we can get this done. That's the big idea, right? Gotcha. Yeah, like it's not a concern right now what they actually say. We'll resolve that later. It's again, this is where I say, like, for now we're just getting the function in, because I really want to see if we can actually get it done without too much trouble. I doubt we're gonna actually make it feel nice and clean until, like I said, next major update. Next major update is when we're aiming to do the lobby and stuff, so that will be where like a lot of this comes in. I'm just thinking of how I'm gonna have a way, because so we're already gonna have a collection. I'm just thinking of how we're gonna have the collection probably be the only good cohesive way for you to find out which characters you got unlocked and which ones you don't. That's gonna be definitely something. It also means that as we increase the cast of characters we have playable, the size of the lobby will have to increase. like exponentially potentially. And that's a concern as well. So eventually we might have to come back to giving you an option of character select. But for now, I think this is good. Because, like, keep in mind, we're talking about potentially... I would like to finish this game off with at least having 50 characters in. Right? At the very least. That's a lot of characters to have to run around to talk to. So we might have to make a fast travel thing or something like that. There'll be things we'll have to do. Fast travel is probably the most reasonable, because then we can have like a mini map of the icons of all the characters, and then you just click on them, go to them, and talk to them. But then we still probably want to have like a cohesive location you could go to get all of your character select stuff done. So it means I'm not going to fully remove character select concept, but we're just going to make it not our priority for now, and we'll have this instead. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Okay. Sorry, I'm a little distracted by getting some of this stuff done. I apologize. No, what is it again? It's execute script array. There we go. And then there we go. Okay, so that will make things a little bit easier. So let's go back into here. See what happens if we add a dialogue option. Let's see, white. If mono, reg. Function is dialogue close. So we don't need a thing. We do need to make one precautionary action though, which is dot it's lobby, right? Yeah, lobby. Cool. Let's see if this works. Something seems wrong. I can't tell if this is just having a weird load cycle or if this is actually something that's broken. Something that's broken. Try launching again, see if it has a issue again. If not, if it does, then we launch in debug and see if we can see a clear thing. Okay, something's wrong. We've definitely got something wrong. Let's have a little look at the debug thing. Feels like I've got a memory leak. Why would I have a memory leak? What have I got as a variable that's locked in? That would be altering constantly. If we remove this, what do we get? So that's fine. So it's something to do with the addition of a dialogue option. Let's see if it's that. Okay, what's that? Okay, let's undo this and let's see if it's to do with the mouse. No, it is to do with this. Interesting. Is it because the math is too much? Maybe? Alright, it's not gonna work. That's frustrating. I always fucking do that. There we go. Alright, let's see if this works. Just basic text in there. That's pretty genius of me to do that. Just fucking realized that. Good on me. Right. This is a very, very confusing concept. Variable index -1 out of range of 1. You separate. You change this. My pulling wrong data. That's what I've been doing wrong. There we go. Dialogue, yeah, I'm fucking hating this, man. This is a system I was not ready for at all, and I don't have the systems in place to correctly do it. But for the most part, it's working. I'd offer support, but I don't use GameMaker. To be fair, the system's relatively linear. It's just I'm trying to plug in some of my other systems and they're just not working. That's what's annoying me. Means I'm gonna have to make a really weird text edit system. Old code breaks new code. It's weird why it's occurring. And it's gotta be a weird mathematic issue that I'm not, like, accounting for correctly. Like, in a calculation that's occurring. Because, like, text paragraph extend is a custom done code that I've done for dealing with paragraphs. We mainly see it used in, like, tooltips and pretty much anywhere just about. Anywhere that uses custom text. So I can recolor, I can change thing. These two are both using it. But if I plug it into that, it was breaking. It's the same here, like all of this is using that system. Pretty much universally across the board. So I'm just confused as to why it's causing me an issue. Goober and Chalith at some point. Trying to think. How do I want to approach this then if this is causing issues? Do I just do it all manually again? I could do a manual text output. It's just going to take a little bit of time. It's because all I'll need to do is take this value. Paste it here, and this would be 1. I mean, if this is the case, I can remove the array by 1 tier quite happily. See. Oh, wait. var underscore s. Wait, I've got fucking caps lock on, that's why. Var underscore s equals blah 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 blah. What is it again? Text color dot default shadow. And then we need to replace these with the S. Boom. And then we need to have +1, +1. There we go. And then underscore S equals, I don't know, what do we want as the highlight color? What do we have as colors in here again? We don't actually have a default highlight color. We should probably do that. No, I'm just gonna make it damage for now, just so we can see it. Okay, and now I'm going to give x times 1.5 here. See how that looks. Yeah, it looks a little bit better. Okay. Oh, fucking hell. Right. So that is the dialogue working. So what I'm gonna now need to do is implement how I'm going to set these values. So dialogue display. Let's go. Display. This will be dialogue tree. Dialogue current index. Yeah, I probably should just separate this. Var dialogue equals this. And then dialogue 0. Dialogue 1. Dialogue 3. So at the moment we don't actually have a good system in place for the chaining event. So when we have dialogue that has more than one phase, but that will be really easy because all I'll need to do is have a check, is there a is there a next dialogue? If there is, we don't, if there's no dialogue option, what we'll do is we'll have a display at the bottom right indicating go to the next one, and then we'll just have it that if you mouse click or press select during that time, it will just push you onto that next dialogue tree. So now we're going to go back to this being the case, and we need to now start plugging in inputs. So I'm now going to have to make some map parts, some new map parts. We're going to make a create group, character, selecting, create new object. Character, select, char. So I'm actually going to do something a bit different with this. So we haven't actually used this system a lot with Game Maker, and this is a very good system to use. In some cases, I can explain this very easily as to why we're doing this. So we've seen before when we do like the create event and we do all of the initialization in there is a key weakness of that. What is the key weakness? Well, the weakness is if I set a variable in there, I need to set it there. It's either when I create it or when I set it. I'm going to be lazy here, and this laziness is really potent. So now what I can actually do is that's not what I called it. Now you see it's blue. What I have done is I have done a pre-create event variable definition. So I'm defining on this object's concept, this variable, not even its create, it's like concept. Why is this really good? Because like I said, we're going to be lazy. So I'm also going to add a very shitty collision for now. Player, oh player. If we're gonna need get input. Get input. If what is it again? Is it just key? Enter. Here we are. Now, for now, I'm going to just make a default. A lot of default, and it's going to be really horrendous. And I apologize for that in advance. So what does this need to look like again? So it needs to be an array, and then it needs to be a sub-array for each dialogue per se. So for now, we're going to have so we're gonna add a lot more stuff later, but we're just doing this for now. So it's title, then sprite. Sprite, cool. So this is the splash art. Sprites. And it was 2. And then it was the dialogue. Again, this is all going to be sorted significantly better at a later stage. Okay, and then this will be, text color dot default, then if mono italic, just gonna prove it's different, and then another array this is dialogue option. And then yes, so it's subarray. Okay. And then let's see. How do I change them currently? Character select UI. Don't care about the mirror, we care about down at the very bottom. Time to clean your tools. Nice. So I'm gonna need to make and then with okay, sorry. And then do dialogue close here. Right. And then in this is char index. Then we have dialog close as a thing. And this is just going to say exit. Okay, and then menu change to options list dot dialog and then 1. Okay. This should work. Fingers crossed. So, do you want to see why we did the variable definition like this? If we go to room lobby and we drag this in and drop this here, and we say drag this one in and drop this here. If I click on this, do you see how there's a thing here? It's called variables. If I open this up, do you see how I can do this? Can't do this with any other objects because this doesn't have a variable predefined. So what happens if we do this? I'm expecting a potential crash. However, I'm pretty sure I covered most of them. Always expect crashes. But what if we don't? Wait, what? I'm actually very confused about this. Oh, wait. I think I see what it is. I'm an idiot. So shut up, wallpaper engine. Alright, there we go. I think I was just an idiot and I double layered an array when I didn't need to. Hey, yeah. Is it Runa? There you go. There's the little things. If we click on them, it's going to crash. Hey. Unable to evaluate. Oh, it's because it's the wrong thing. Right? Yeah. How's the game going? It's going somewhere. mean, I'm somewhat successful with it getting further along. But let's see if we can get this dialogue working. If we can get this dialogue working, then we know I've succeeded with things. But yeah, so that's why I did the variable definition where I did, because it means I can be lazy on the variable definition. Variable 1 out of range of 1. You can do it, it seems really cool. Thank you. I'm trying my best. Trying my best. Okay. Variables, we need options array. Have I gone too deep with it by 1? Is that right? I have. Oh no, I haven't even filled. That's why I haven't filled these out. C white, and it doesn't matter to doing the next part. C white. There we go. Okay, this should give us the thing finally. Please let this work, because if this works, then like it's going to be so much easier moving forward. Don't worry, I will add a scaling to them. Hey! I'm so happy with that. I'm actually so fucking happy with that. Oh my god. That's really cool. That's really, really fucking cool. So there we go. New character select. It's kind of cute having the little dolls around though, gotta say. Oh, that took a long time. That took a long, long time. Now, there's obviously going to be extra aspects to this. Again, at the moment, this is the loosest concept of this running. There's going to be a bunch of stuff like positional data that I'm going to have to figure out and everything, but this is going to be our new character select, as per the suggestion from today. That basically meant that like almost all of this week's work has gone down the shitter, but you know. It's fine, it's fine. Oh shit, it's actually really, really good to see. Oh, I'm fucking exhausted though. Alright, so we've already explained though what we're going to be doing moving forward. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to call it soon-ish. Not yet, but soon-ish. And then move on to a lot of that stuff moving forward. So what is the char stat for the scaler? I can't remember what I've called it. This does mean that player construction is going to become, like, significantly more complex moving forward. Like, significantly, because we're going to have to add dialogue in and everything like that. But yeah, so this is a really good way of doing things. I've not done this throughout most of this because we've been doing so many things dynamic, and like through very particular spawning methods. So this hasn't really been something I felt necessary until kind of now, I guess. So there are a few step events that I want to add. So I'm going to add a thing here. Now you might wonder why I'm not doing it with the key enter as an additional thing. It's because we're going to have a display thing here. And we're also probably going to move this away from the O player event to the step event and have a larger collision box because you don't want to be standing right on top of it, right? But what this should do is it should hide your current indexed player. Oh, well, I can't talk to them is the thing. Okay, so we need to change that as well to, alright. Sprite. Hold. Good old sprite hold. We'll always love you. If I do -1, does it break? I can't remember. Is it break or is it deleted? I'm hoping it's just not visible. Crashes and it's fine. No, just not visible. Cool. Because it doesn't make sense for the character to be sitting there. Well, thing. Because you can't even select their assist either. Actually, it kind of does, because it means that you can change their skin. Unless we make a closet, and that's where you change your skin. That makes more sense, actually. Yeah, actually, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, so skin's not going to be locked to that thing. That's cool. That makes sense. Cool. So obviously this bit here is going to be expanded upon quite a bit. Because we're going to need to make an infrastructure. Most of the infrastructure is going to be done here. That's the benefit we have. Like that's the beauty of this, right? Is that we're going to be able to generate a lot of particular things. Apologies, I need a stretch. There we go. So the other thing I want to add to dialogue options is I want to add how do I want to add that? There we go. All right, script execute. No, it's execute because it's written differently. It's script execute array like that. Additional func. Additional func args. There we go. So now I can pass through to draw like the character selection, which is really really easy. With the stats for the character. So we'll need to make a unique function specifically for that draw event, and that's fine. There's no issue with that. But it also means that like if I want to say give you a thing or request a thing in a dialogue, I can make a box come up going, hey, look at this. This is what I'm requesting of you. Yes. Thank you, web page, for telling me that I need to reconnect to the internet. I totally believe you. I'm just telling you to fucking reload. Jesus. Oh, that would have been nice if it wasn't for, like, that. Alright. Close that. Okay. So yeah, again, character select will be changed to being a different dialogue index. Once we get the thing. And it's basically just going to be a, are you sure? I think for now I'm going to have it as just strict indexing. Instead of like dynamic indexing where I can go like backwards. Like a clear backwards, because it's just probably not worth it under most cases, because like it's gonna get kind of convoluted, but it will probably be easier if I just lock it in, right? Now, I believe the name wasn't turning up because I'm not doing it in the particular way. But I also want to do something. I think it's that. And then, if mono. Rick. Is that what I needed? Or do I need to go one more indexing down? Or one more deep in the array? Yeah, I need to go deeper. I need to go deeper. All right. So like I said, for now we're going to be doing this stuff a lot more manually. What is this? Toggle that off. Oh, it's the camera. Why have I got the camera up there? Or down there, I should say. Okay. Let's see how this looks in game, then, shall we? It's pretty cool. Man, you get to really see how big some of these characters are, huh? So there we go. I think that's too bad. I think that's pretty solid, actually. It is kind of cool being able to see all the characters out like this. This looks very div-like, though, having the characters, like, spaced like this. And what's also really cool is I can just add in a thing of, like, checking if they're locked or not. And then it will just hard say no to selectable from the beginning, right? So they just won't turn up, they won't be visible nor interactable if you don't have them unlocked. So it'll be about filling out your list. So yeah, no, we can actually like one-to-one compare how fucking tiny Iron Mouse is to fucking Booby. This seems kind of accurate, I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, Iron Mouse about the same size as these two. I still can't get over how big Aura is, like the design of her character. Also, I gotta say, one thing I'm like a little sad about, and I'll talk about it a bit more in detail at a later date, because obviously I can't talk about too much of it now, is that there's like one thing I kind of want to do with the game, and I'm not having a great lot of success with it. I'm having some success, but not a great lot of success. And there's a simple change to that I could probably get a lot more success with. I'm just not sure how I want to approach it yet. So I've talked I've talked around a thing called Redacted a few times. We've called it Redacted because I didn't want to get into legal trouble talking about it, but I'm going to talk a bit about it now. And I'm going to talk a bit about it more moving forward because it's kind of one of those things where like I've done my due diligence to try in a lot of ways, and now I'm kind of at a point where it's like, well, I've done what I could, and we'll see if there's progress later down the line. There is a collectible I'm going to have in the game, and this collectible, I want to have different levels and tiers of it, and the highest tier of it being voiced by individuals, so namely VTubers. Now, this thing was going to basically be your shopkeeper. You could choose your shopkeeper, and that meant that you could kind of like have a little bit of fun with that. At the moment, it was just cats. I'm thinking I'm going to move it away from just being cats to being more options to allow for the VTubers to express themselves a bit more. The problem is that creates a lot of dynamic things that I have to account for, and it was already hard enough trying to do cats. Because like I have a bunch of different styles and stuff like that. Body shape, tail type, all that stuff. So I kind of want to have something like that. That means I'm probably going to be less dynamic with them. Be a little bit harder, like, locked in. But I want to have kind of like chibi, basically, animals as your shopkeepers. And I'm going to see if that's a bit better of a sell point for getting potentially some voices in for it, because I thought that would be a cool little way of getting some people able to do some voice acting in a light sense and get some experience with it, and also get me some experience with it. in this kind of environment and potentially create some deeper connections. I'm not going to go into who I've contacted nor who has responded and who hasn't. That I think is going far too far with things. But if you have a VTuber that you'd like to see something for or anything like that, let me know and I'll see if I can try and hit them up. If not, potentially contact them as well and loosely ask, hey, there's a guy that would be that's asking if you'd be voicing in games. Don't harass, never harass. That's not okay. But yeah, I thought I'd just let that be the case. So that's pretty much, that's what Redacted is it's a collectible character thing. Now I'm saying it now, I'm going to probably have to reiterate it in many other times because people aren't here and such, right? But I thought I'd make sure that's like kind of talked about. But yeah, so that's a really cool thing, by the way, having this set up, and I'm glad that I kind of got to showcase something I've not been using, which is this variable value system where I can inherently set a value pre-construction. It's pretty cool. It's a good way of doing things. Basically, it's an inherent value that I can use to design stuff like this, and this is cool. I'm not going to be using it in most cases because it's kind of unnecessary. And it becomes like quite arduous to set up variables here and not here. But this works because we want specifically to be able to place it, right? So this means that I don't have to like do ginormous things, and a lot of this is done external to this. Now, this actually does lead me on to a thing that I can do for tutorialization. By the way, I thought I'd mention this while I remembered. So something I kind of wanted to do, but this makes this like a completely better idea, is I was going to actually give a default concept character. So it's basically, it's a character sprite with that's blacked out and has a question mark on it. You can't do a run with this character. You have to go select your character first. With this, it means that I can actually do that, have it as a lockout, and then have you go and select one of these characters. And you'd get a better experience, I feel like, from that. That's something that's kind of cool. So we might consider that in the near future as well. We'll see. But with that being the case, though, I'm going to call it here, because I'm starting to feel a little tired and a little hungry. Didn't really eat much this morning. And I'm going to probably end up getting some more work done on this over the next couple of days. Like I said, most of the stuff you're going to see is stuff that we've talked about and planned out already today. Just going deeper into the dialogue trees, doing some micro optimizations here and there with a few things, and we'll see how it goes. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, goodbye.